Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the, Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're working on more Insignia dev, of course, and I've been, just doing some business related stuff today. This morning, mostly working on, I had a meeting with some friends that I've known for a little while who work in PR and music, to do with potentially doing some PR and marketing. I met them again at GDC. I first met them in 2017. So we had a bit of a meeting. Then I worked on some grant related stuff, and then had some lunch, and now ready to jump straight into Insignia and spend the rest of the afternoon working on it. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube. We've got Professor Sapling, Set's Mind, and hi, I'm Spectra. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Also, a big thank you to anybody watching on YouTube. Say hi if you're there. So, I'm just going to blow my nose. One sec. Ongoing sniffles after I've had a cold. Bit unfortunate, but that's life. So, hey, Helena. Good morning. So, hello, Marcos. Let's just do a quick recap of what we're working on at the moment. So I'm trying to wrap up chapter 1. And to do that, what I need to do is basically just close out the third act of story in chapter 1. And I started a bit of a rewrite a couple of days ago. And yesterday we were working on changing some of the level geometry to match that rewrite. So I think we're not doing too bad. Basically, what I did was this used to be one level like this, and I split it in two. And the reason for that is I wanted to have a bit more of like a boss fight scenario here. I wanted this to feel like more of a gate. And so a couple of reasons in addition to that, but we'll get to that later. I thought it would just be best to split these, have this be a more vertical level, and this level be more more sprawling. So, the only question, I guess I've got a couple of things that I'm doing. One of them is a couple of cutscenes. We should probably just like block this out. So let me do that really quickly, just in terms of the workload and how to approach that. One second. Probably don't need that. I had some really interesting news today around Figma. Apparently, Figma has been given a brand new update. They've got new drawing features. Check this out. What the heck? You can draw like ink and stuff, which is not really that useful for me because it doesn't really do pressure sensitivity or anything like that. But it's kind of interesting seeing what they're going for. You can get like a normal pen as well. I'm surprised that they went down this road for it though. I don't know, just whatever. Yeah, I would have liked to see some more like drawing tools, but it's, it is what it is. Then I noticed that they've they've rebuilt some of this stuff here, but also they've got like major feature updates in that they've added a website system. So if I go here, you can literally build a website in Figma from scratch. And the really interesting thing about this is that you can add JavaScript to the things that you make. So I was thinking I could make little Figma widgets that become websites, tiny little websites. Oh, that's cool, Abyssus. I didn't know that was possible. Yeah, so the idea here is that like you could build something and then like hit play, and then like this is the website or whatever. I don't know why they've chosen to make it look like this, but maybe you write some code for Figma and build your own little tools in Figma. I don't know, little web apps that run in Figma. I'm just thinking about stuff. I don't know if I would like host them anywhere or anything. It might just be for me, but like particularly I've been thinking about like this Kanban situation. Imagine if this was like a Figma app, like a website that I built that was running locally. I don't know. Got some ideas there, things floating around. I'd like to explore it. I want to see how much can be done in the engine of Figma to do with JavaScript. I feel like if they allow me to do stuff that's cool, then I might use it in a much more in-depth way, maybe even for like GDD stuff. I don't know. Even like data entry. Can I do data entry in it? I mean, having a database built out of a website, or like having a website be the front end of a CMS, makes perfect sense. So like, I don't know. Anyway, we're going to block out some stuff here. It's now 1:30. So it might just be worth taking some of these steps and locking them into their own little thing. So we've got, I'll just delete all of this. Okay. Yo, thanks for the follow. It really bothers me that I don't have my, I used to have this thing, Streamlabs. It used to be a window that showed me all of the last people who followed. And now it doesn't do that anymore. So I don't get to see who followed recently, other than if I looked up and see Sprained Tootsie. Thank you so much for the follow. And Jacinta, thank you for the most recent sub. Anyway. So let's have a think about Leopold and his sort of situation. Now, the reason why this is important is I have this character who he introduces a new mechanic to the game. Hey, Rainprov, thanks for the follow. So there's a new mechanic around this character where you play music to trigger things in the level. You have like a virtual instrument in the game. It's a cello. You can play music in the cello. And I kind of have this sense that having there be, so we've got Pilo here, and he's like a mini game NPC. Like there's a quest that's ongoing throughout the whole game where you're collecting these feathers, and he gets introduced in this level. So I almost wonder if Leopold and the level design around his stuff could be moved around, or if this could be its own scene and we block it off, or what. I'm not really sure. I definitely feel like adding another split here might be a little bit much, but what it would at least do is give us a little bit more space to, I guess, have more of a just more space to give this mechanic the breathing room that it needs, allowing me to like introduce it and have the player practice and then move on. Right now it's very underused, and I guess I'm just having some thoughts about the play experience of like running through from here, going through the watchtower, coming out here, and then what that looks like when you're moving left and right throughout here. Like, how does that work? I get really caught up with the pacing stuff. I think I get this like decision paralysis because I try to think about what the game would look like if I create these partitions, how that would change the gameplay, whether or not it would hurt the tension. And I go in circles thinking like, well, is this good? Is this bad? Does this get me anything? Ultimately, it probably doesn't matter that much. But like this thing here with Pilo, if I'm just considering that one design issue of like, what do I do with him? Well, it makes sense that after you meet him, there should be a feather that you can chase. But that should just be there. That should be evident. So like expanding this section into like a level that's got like a bit more height to it could be something that we could do, just for the purpose of like having that, giving that the breathing room that it needs. Right now, this section's very, what's the word? Everything understays its welcome. And it feels a little bit lost. But I know that I'm working my way backwards now, and I could end up all the way at the beginning of the game if I keep trying to change things. So I guess we'll just take a look at this level and see what we can do with it. Now that we don't need the bridge, because like, and I've talked about this before, when you don't have splits in the levels, hey Eclipse, when you don't have splits in the levels, like this bridge used to be, you know, here, and the trip from this point in the watchtower to the bridge needed to be quite short. Like I didn't want the player to have to run a bunch. Whereas now, I could put the door to this scene wherever I want, and then I could have this go all the way out if I really wanted to, and it wouldn't extend that distance because this can be longer without changing where this is. So when you create a split, that's a way for you to hide content or like add content into the level without increasing the running time from A to B, which is good. So now I can explore widening this and having there be just other gameplay moments and mechanics happening there. So So let's get into it. Particularly, I want to expand this, and I want to expand this. Oh, pardon me. Oh, thank you so much, Eclipse. I don't have a set date. But if you haven't wishlisted it already, please do. Go for it. I'd love another situation where we could add a hedgehog into this. Thank you. Hey, Rufy. All right, I can fix this. Right, that works. So then why doesn't it work over there? It's this. And I think it's because we're looking for an empty space here, I guess. Yeah, which we don't actually need. So let's take this away and this away and that away and that away. That might give us what we need to do that. Nice. Hey, Gruntled. How's it going? And then can I get away with doing this? No. There needs to be a gap there. Okay. But actually, I kind of just want this to go anyway, down there anyway. Oh, nice. Congrats. Maybe I could cut this out and do like another one of these here-ish. Yeah, I would love that too. Wait, can I do this? Not quite. Almost. Okay. Now, does that just work? Okay. I just think it would be good here to have like just a couple more enemies rolling around and stuff like that. Definitely a hedgehog. I can't see any harm in having one there. Maybe just place him there. Oh, that's going to be too hard to jump up. I don't really like doing it that far apart. Wow, that's crazy. It really looks pretty close there. Hey, Tony Cheese, thanks for the sub. Welcome. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. Why didn't I think of that before? Nice. Hey Wyatt, thank you so much for the sub. 15 months, let's go. Yeah, I was looking for more areas where you needed to use your special abilities. So here, you would have something to do here. And I'm going to fix something right now that's bothering the heck out of me. Hey, Frozen Fusion. It's in... Oh, thank you so much. There is an input here, and I'm trying to figure out how I get to it. Somewhere I'm setting roll. Is it here? Am I really manually just dropping it in? Buffered and release right and buffered and release left. Pivot roll. I think that's the one that I'm trying to get rid of. There's something else here where we want to go player ground control, sprint ready. Hey Super Jew, hey Virtue. That's probably not right either. That's better. Hey, Velfost. Thank you so much. Oh, I don't know if you noticed, but like the first hour of this stream, first half an hour, I've not been able to breathe very well. Like my sinuses have been a bit inflamed, and I've actually been in like a panic the whole time. Oh, because my throat felt like it's closing up. I'm like swallowing, and there's like, feels like there's something there the whole time. Oh. All right, so I'm holding the button. Yeah, I don't want that. Why are you not doing this? What the heck? What the hell? What the helly? Oh, because we're still in. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, well. I feel like this is much simpler. Wait. Why is block roll false if I'm not holding roll, and then block roll becomes true when? When I'm sprinting? Whatever. I mean, that's it there. Why is that bad? have control. We're not inputting X. X velocity is less than the threshold. Why is that not enough? Let's never do this and see what happens. I mean, that looks good to me. That's fine. Why did I even have that? I think I know why I had it. But it doesn't matter anymore. I think it's because I used to have an input, which I just deleted. I had an input where if you're holding the roll button, but you're not releasing it, you go into this animation. And then I had it where if you tap left or right, he would do a dodge roll while holding the roll button. But I don't think that's, well, it caused too many false positives. People would just nudge while doing this. Maybe they're running and then they nudge and go to the left and it would auto roll. And so I think I had that in there as a temporary way to manage the use cases for that, like to just block the player from accidentally rolling while they're pivoting. But I don't think it's a good idea anyway. It's because I have this. If you hold the, hey Lily, if you hold the roll button, you get this. If you hold the attack button, you get this. And then when you press left and right in this situation, you get different attacks. So these are like Smash Brothers tilt attacks. So I'm not pressing attack, I'm holding attack and I'm pressing the directional buttons. But so I thought maybe if I would mirror it, like, oh, if you hold this button and press the directional buttons, you do this. If you hold this button and press the directional buttons, you do that. But I think I just overloaded the button input doing it that way. It just wasn't worth it. Do I have a snake in this level? I actually don't. Cool. Okay. We're working on some refactors to this set of scenes, which was previously one scene, then it was two scenes, then it was one scene, now it's two scenes again. I'm adding some more gameplay here and introducing this character a little bit earlier. I think he was way underutilized and it was just a bit jarring. I'm basically just like shifting things around in the game to allow for the parts that need to have tension to have enough like space around them. I basically just had too many separate plot beats or like gameplay beats right up against each other. And it was just creating a bit of awkwardness where like you sort of don't know what's happening because it's like so many different things are getting folded in at the same time. I think it's really important that the game, like through environment design and, you know, music and, you know, character moments, telegraphs to the player like where it's going and what to get excited about or anticipated for, what to anticipate. Yo, I'll just be right back. I'm just gonna get a drink. So, I'm just going to close this door. All right. Okay, so I did just notice something that I want to fix. Oh, now it's gone. There's a door here. And what I want to do with this door is give it a condition. So previously I had doors that could lock unless you did a specific thing. And the way that I used to do that, pardon me, was with flags. So like it would check to see if the flag was true and then it would be unlocked if that was the case. But I have other things in the game now that make more complex and interesting conditions. So what I'd like to do is have like this be a condition rather than a flag, because conditions can include other things you do in the game. So one sec. Like for example, I could check to see if like a door was in like a mechanical mechanism was in a specific state, and that could be the condition. I'm just not sure if I want to go down that road. The straightforward thing to do would be to just check to see if I hit the switch. So reached bridge mechanism would be that. And then this triggers that. So if I go to like causality editor, you should be able to see that in a second. Oh, did I just hit the wrong thing? Or did I just move this door for no reason? Ah, not this one. Wrong door. So now you can see, in order to get through this door, you have to hit the switch that's here. Pretty cool. But I mean, that'll do for now. Let's just leave it as it is. Okay. So you can't go through that now. Oh, he didn't say anything. Oh, because he doesn't have a door locked sequence. It is pretty dope, isn't it? So, to trigger this, I wonder if that'll work straight away. Ooh, it might even work. I would want the appearance to change immediately. Does it have any logic to let it do that? I don't think it does. Pardon me. So like now we can go through the door. If we load it into the other door, yeah, I want to see this disappear. And I actually don't know if I like remove this. I want it to look like a black shape there. So maybe that would require a bit of logic. I'll have to add it to the to-do list. All right. So this needs a feather here. And then the end point, that's the start point. The end point is going to be here. We could do better than that. What do we need? We need... let's say 10 seconds. I think that's... My wife would probably find that sort of challenging. Let's pretend to be her for a second. Already failed. Oh. I think I will adipose when you collect a feather. I think what I'll do is... Hey, Archlion. Oh, thank you so much. I think what I'll do is actually have key items for the feathers. And rather than it just being a bunch of flags, it'll be a bunch of unique... Ooh, that's a good question. What will they be? I could make a bunch of unique items, but they really should be unique instances of one item. So I guess I should just give the player like a feather and that's it. Right now, when we do this, there is the feather. It's got a bunch of particles. It's got the timer. When the game is finished, nothing really happens. In the past, I've had like a ring spawn in other parts of the game. I've had like items appear when you collect the feather. Like this ring here, I believe, is based on that. Quest toggle. So yeah, it drops the item when you complete the quest flag, which is to say that it drops the item when you collect the flag that is getting the feather. But the better way to do this would be, I guess, just give the player, there's like an item and we just give the player one of those items. So like just literally like that. And then we just need a feather item and that's it. And I'm sure I've got one. I guess I don't. Okay. Let's make one. Insignia item. It's a flying feather. Call it an upgrade. Mm-hmm. And then where's my item, bro? What? Oh, it's here. That's fine. Okay. Let's try it. What? Oh, library. And then we need to update the GUID. Bro, where's my item? Cast is not valid? Oh, because it's not an accessory? Okay. Well, let's just call it a key item then. It's just that when I do key items, he says the instead of a. This kind of game. It's an action adventure. So that did kind of bump up a little bit with the audio. All right. What is item data? No idea. I don't think that I'd use this ever. But anyway, So particle is key and unique and is unique okay. So now none of the items are going to say the. Unless we make them do that. I think all of the designs should be Oh, really? Well, man, the demo has changed quite a lot since then. That quest still exists, but it's much longer and does other things. It goes into a different direction completely. I think pretty much all of these no longer need to be called the. So let's come over here, grab this. A flying feather. Yeah, cool. So I should put something here. What? Music? Oh, yeah. Get out of here. That's interesting. I mean, you'll get more of that here than you used to in the previous demo. I think this demo is going to have a lot more. I want it to have a lot more grab. So if it already had grab, that's pretty good because I'm doing a lot here. So I want to have an item here, maybe some coins as well. Let's see if I can grab these. And move them here. Create an empty parent and call it Silver Lolly X3. So it should be minus 25, 0, and then 0.25. And I'll put that there. And I'll put one of them here. And then I want to put something here that's like maybe Not a chest, but maybe like a wooden, like a small chest, maybe. Mm. Maybe it's a key, actually, to a chest that you can't get to until later. It should be like a minor item. Yeah, maybe I'll just do a normal chest. Okay. And I was hoping, oh man, I've got there's so many little things here that I need to be careful of because they're on the to-do list. I just don't know if they should be on it now. One sec. The main story is it's a fantasy action adventure that takes place in this colonial world. Like colonial theme, like pirates and that kind of thing. You follow this character, Armin. He's the son of a blacksmith, and his father went missing about a year ago. So he now has to become the blacksmith. And in the story, there in this world, there are lots of different races, like civilizations of different animal types. So there are humans, and then there are also like dog men and cat people and foxes and that kind of thing. And the dog empire, they lost a terrible war with the humans like hundreds of years ago. And in this story, as Armin is discovering the secrets of blacksmithing and the fate of his father, a new war brews on the horizon. There you go. That's the plot. So, you're going across the world, you're meeting all these different characters and doing dungeons and that kind of thing. Cool. Yeah, I hope so. Oh, why can't I see the... Is it the exact same color? No, it's not. Hey, Full Woody. No worries. Oh, thanks for watching. Okay. So what else? Chuck a squirrel in there. Why not? Wait a second. I got different colored squirrels and I've never used them. Look at all these colors. How do I get the other colored squirrels? Wait a second. Excuse me? I got a palette swap material, but I've never used it. Do I have a color? No. Yo, I don't know how that works. But I don't know how to I don't know if I can do that. If I can like take the bits from you or whatever. I don't think I can do that. Are you hearing this music? I'm not hearing it. Oh, it's playing though. Replace row. Wait, what is that called in the shader? So like if I set this to like 1, 2, 3, nope. What if I press play after doing that? Nope, okay. It's been great, Holdinian. I don't know how long ago that was. I'm still adding stuff like that. Hey, Chris the Redbeard. I'm using Unity. Validating. Of course, you want to validate all of your decisions. Okay, that's not doing anything. Is onValidate not a thing? Why is that not changing? You would think. Wait, does character already have an onValidate? Nope. Does state machine core? Nope. Oh, thank you. Well, SceneGraph is a custom plugin that I made. And, oh, there we go, validating. Oh, it might not have, oh, there we go. There's a squirrel, different color. I think I'll keep him at the base color for now, but at least we know that works. Let me quickly do a commit for that. Lots of changes. Removes role on tap. Adds space in bridge scene. Adds color palette swap for squirrels. There's too many things, but anyway. This song is Our New Horizons, Ode to Cap'n. So how did I create it? Oh my gosh, it's really complicated. So Unity has a feature called Graph View. Graph View is what Scene Graph, is what Shader Graph was made in. So this is Shader Graph. You can make shaders in it. So I took this front end, I took the library of Shader Graph, and I started writing my own version called Scene Graph. And what Scene Graph does is I basically would sweep the entire project, take screenshots of every level, and make scriptable objects for every single level. So I've got all these scriptable objects that contain the name of the scene, the screenshot of the scene, and then in that same scriptable object, the position of all the doors, or like a reference to all of the doors in that scene. Then you expand the scene to show the preview, and you draw a little port wherever the door is. Then in the editor, you can drag and drop lines between the doors. And then I do some code where I say, okay, this door now goes to that door in that scene based on these GUIDs, these references. And then in game, I reference the scene graph when you're in this level and you go through this door. It says, hey, scene graph, in this scriptable object, in this door that we just went through, where does that go? Oh, it goes to this scene and it goes to this position in the scene. Okay, load up that scene and take us there. That's the rough version of it. That's basically how it works. But beyond that, you can also just double click on, like it's also good as a management tool because you just double click on a node and you get taken to the scene. So it's good for that too. And then obviously like you have to draw the graph. You have to be able to like load it into the editor. Building the editor was a whole thing. When I first built this, like you can see the evolution of this back in like 2020 or something like that. Adam C. Eunice, look into my game development I look inside my 5-year game dev project. This is this is Scene Graph from 2022. Look at how ugly it was. So back then I didn't have screenshots. I just had like rectangles and like the ports. I also had to break how ports work because I had to make it so that you could make ports go from any direction to any direction and place them anywhere in the node. Ports in graph view only normally go, they're either in ports or out ports. So they're either this type that takes a link in, or they're this type that takes a link out. So I had to sort of like write an extension to the port UI that lets you double link them. And then I had to rewrite basically everything. I had to rewrite everything except for the fact that it draws these rectangles and you can scroll in and out. But like, what happens when you drag and drop? Like, what happens when you load it up? How often does it refresh? How do you load? Like, it's a bunch of stuff in there. How do the screenshots get collected? And since then, like this version wasn't even. This version was a collaboration between me and a user in chat called Elzak. Elzak and I have been working on this version, and we're going to maybe sell this. So it's now a lot better than it was back in 2023 or 2022. But there's a lot to it. I mean, it's like months of work. It wasn't just like do it in a weekend. Yeah, but it's good now. Works great. So hopefully we can get it out to you soon and you can play test it yourself. So back to here. I like this. This is looking pretty good. I feel like I mean, I could just throw a bee in here. Maybe that's fine. Oh. So, what do we want in here? I think I made a mistake. Instantiating material due to calling renderer.material during edit mode. You most likely want to use renderer.shared material instead. Is that not what I'm doing? So 6 is the base color I've been using. Hey, Lazy Guru, how's it going? 73 months. I appreciate you, buddy. I want to make a fighting video game with a pixel art and Godot. What do you recommend to make the sprites design faster? Gosh. Fighting game sprites are some of the most difficult. I think you've got to do a lot of prototyping before you start detailing them. I think animate them as blobs first and see how big they need to be. Use as little detail as possible at first and prototype the game with basically no detail. Fighting games are like so hard to do for pixel art, because if you want to balance the game, you need to change the art to match the hitboxes. So you're going to need a really robust hitboxing system, and you're going to need really good workflows for updating and managing your sprites, and you're going to need really good sprites. So start with as little commitment as possible, so that you're not adding detail that's going to get lost later when you inevitably have to balance them. All right. I need like a palette. Like, I forget what can be in a level. Hitboxes and hurtboxes are separate. And that's actually really critical that they are separate. Like if this is a hurtbox, you got a character, yeah? The character's doing like a kick or something. The hurtbox is going to be here. The hitbox is going to be here. And what's important is that the hitbox extends further than the hurtbox, because if somebody else comes and attacks you, right, the other character does their hitbox like here, you don't want the hitboxes to collide, because what does that mean? Who takes damage? If your foot and my foot touch, who gets hurt? In most fighting games, nobody gets hurt. You only get hurt if their hitbox hits your hurtbox. So that's what you would do. So if they're standing here, they're going to get hit. But if they're standing here and they have some attack that pokes better than you or whatever, they're going to hit you here. Yeah, you can link. I'm having a bit of trouble here. What I'm having trouble with is tracking all of the items in the game. Like, if I put a crafting material in here, do I know what it like where in the game is the recipe for chocolate? I think I know where it is. I've only got a design for a chocolate bar there. I guess I could just make a new food. Or I could just give the player something. I don't want to give them a consumable. That's bad. I want to give them something that they get to keep. For now, it doesn't have to be anything important. It just needs to be an item that seems interesting. Oh, maybe the determination band? I'll give him that. I think I want a system like this causality chocolate bar too. I think I want a system like this that tracks everything in the game. Hey. Also, yeah, it's kind of getting to the point now where it's like I need a database system where I can easily kind of what's the word? So right now, this is how I track quests. I can tell, looking at this, every single quest flag in the game, what affects what. But I can't do that with items yet. And I think what I need to do, it is Unity, yeah. I think what I need to do is have something that gives me full visibility over every accessory, design, food, item. Every single item in the game needs to be visible somehow by level or vice versa. Like I type in the item, I see what level it's in. I type the level in, I see what items exist in that level. I want to be able to do that. So that I can say, okay, what do I have to do to get the determination band, for example? It's like, okay, well, in this case it was determination band, but crimson cravat. The crimson cravat is, well, I know that I get the design from here. I get one of the crafting pieces from here. I get the ring from there, and I get an oronite chunk from here. So between this, and this chest, then you have the ingredients to make one, which you can do it here afterward. Like being able to see that and just check it off is really, really important. One way that we could do that is by having it render in the design. So here's the design, which is a kind of item. And it would be cool if we could have each of the requirements for the design. So Crimson Cravat requires Oronite Chunk and Scarlet Gemstone. It'd be cool if those requirements appeared, their appearances showed up below this. So it's like, first you need this item, which can be found here. Then you need this item, which can be found here. That would be really cool. Of course, unfortunately, I'm sort of like not in a position to make that system right now. it would be very similar to how I do my causality system, but this is already a really difficult system to manage. So I don't even know how accurate it is. I mean, it looks good. I'm pretty sure it's right. Anyway. So we've got that now, and that's good. Let's move this guy back over. Hello. And I think how did Luca do this? Did he bind? I'm sure he didn't. Did he bind a zone camera to it? Or does the zone camera just happen to be there? It just happens to be there. I do work on the game after the stream as well, yeah. Causality window, it's an editor that I created. It helps me track the quest stuff in my game. I feel like the camera should only exist as long as the... Hey, Booyah. I feel like the camera should only exist as long as the clock is ticking. I wonder if I can do that in a way that's easy. Maybe the feather itself could have a camera on it. But then if you don't want to chase the feather, having the camera look at it is kind of weird. That's tough. It might be nice to have the camera follow it. When it starts up. Just like as you tap it, it goes. The camera like zooms out maybe until it fits on screen. That would be cool. Cool. Now, what about these boxes? Hey, Billy Lynchy, I haven't. Let's do it now, though. I'd like to, if that's okay. Yeah, fair enough. No, you're not bugging me. I think I need more like ingredients. I think I need more of that. Right now, like, I feel like sandwich is maybe too, maybe like making a sandwich recipe. Maybe I need one of those. That would be cool. Let's leave that off for now. And then what happens if none gets called? think instead I want it to be more like this. Oh no, the crucibles are kitchens. You can definitely make things. You can make food on the crucible for sure. That's just the way it is. Oh, that's not good at all. I think this zone camera's got to go. Maybe I'll just make it zoom out. I don't know if I have anything like that. Like, it just makes the scene wider when you are inside of it, but it doesn't do anything with the camera. I don't know if I have that. Oh, I do. There you go. That's cool. That's very cool. But I think I do want to affect the y-axis. Something like... Hey, Billalinchi, could you send over the build? Could you link me to your plugin? Hey, null defective. Cool. Now this is too hazardous where that is. It's not in a good spot. It's too awkward. Yeah, work's going okay. This is the demo project of the tool. Okay. So should I clone that as a Unity project? And do you know which version of Unity it runs on? Or is it just it's a whole project? Before we go too deep into it. I don't know if I have 2023, but will it work in 6? Okay, so I should be able to open this now, right? I'm going to try it in 6, okay? I'm going to open it in 6.0. I don't know what's going to happen. It said files had changed. I just said yes, but maybe I should have said no. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep working until it opens. Oh, okay, it opened. Okay. Interesting. Nice little particles there. Mm-hmm. Cool stuff. Are we doing a whole user test here? The FPS of the walk animation. I mean... Okay. It's not my first rodeo. I get how this stuff works. I did build Retrobox. Okay. Oh, no undo. Recent is fun. That's cool. Is this to call, this calls that event when we land on this frame? Okay. Yeah, I kind of do it differently to this, as you've probably noticed. But because here you're kind of, so what you've done here, which maybe would work for some games, but I decided not to do for Insignia, was I'm imagining this script, is that is that checking the script that happens to be hosting this animation right now? Like where does this get added, this player controller? Because in Insignia, I don't have any script references in Retrobox. The Retrobox files are just files. They don't know anything about scripts outside. So how are you linking this script and this coroutine? Like, could a different character have this animation? And in that case, if they don't have a player controller, what happens to them? I guess it's rare for me to do that. Like, have a script that doesn't have an animation that gets used across different game objects. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, could I place this animation on a character that doesn't have a player controller and also use it there? And what happens to this reference when I don't? Or you're saying this gets pulled from whatever is on the... Like, how do I author this? Like, this player controller, if I had a different script, you've got like pixel animator, player controller. If I add another script on here, like, I don't know, let's call it, you know, canvas or something. Is there a canvas? Let's go audio source. Let's say I have an audio source. Does this pull from the audio source now? Can I add that instead? Drag and drop. I see. Okay. Hey, that's not too bad. Yeah. I can't seem to do anything with it, but I know audio source has functions, but that's not a bad heuristic. The only, so like this, I guess to be clear, this animator, what we're looking at here, what we're authoring is not a file for the animation. We're authoring an instance of the animation on the player controller right now. So what happens if like this player idle, I can't open that. Wait, no, I can't. What? So hang on a second. I've clicked this in the project hierarchy. In the project hierarchy, how does this know about the player controller? Is it just hard coding? Is this like faking an instance reference? Because how would it know? Is it just taking the script name and looking for it? Because like, we're in the hierarchy here. We're not even in an instance of the scene. So there's no game object that this relates to. So when I dragged that in from the inspector, what's getting serialized in here that gives me that? Just a type handler. Right, I thought so. Yeah. So then the trouble would be if I were to have two different objects in the game that both wanted to use one kind of animation, and I dragged this to both, this would be serializing information that was at a definition level that wouldn't be able to be used across the different instances because it's hard-coded type handlers or whatever for the coroutines per instance. Those are both affecting the definition. But I guess in most games, everything that has an animation has a unique animation. Like you wouldn't have like, well, you could have, which I do in my game, enemies that might share some animation frames. Right, but like you might have like one game object that doesn't have a player controller and one object that does, and they both have the same animations, right? That would be one limitation of this. Like, because maybe it doesn't have, maybe one of them is the player and one of them is like an NPC, but they both look like humans or whatever, and you're doing something else to make them look different. And you wanted them to both have the same walking animation, but one of them is controlled by the player and the other one isn't. So how does the one that isn't, what happens when this player controller doesn't exist on that other one? You know what I mean? It's not, it's just it's an architectural question. Like it's not like a gotcha. Cool. I quite like your implementation seems pretty good. What's your like world scale? I mean, it looks pretty similar to mine. You at 100 ppx? PPU? Yeah, it looks pretty smooth. And you're modulating the velocity of the character based on the step. So they walk forward like this. It's interesting. I mean, cool. I don't know what else to say. It looks a lot like the tool that I built, you know? It's cool that it works. How do you determine what a physics collider is? Yeah, see, I actually moved away from this. If I wanted to add, okay, box group attack. So do you have like where do you define these attack and physics collider preferences? Okay, so basically like just like Retrobox then. I should have known. Okay. Cool. Well, good luck with it. I mean, it's working. That's good. If you end up distributing it, it'd be nice to get a credit. Well, I was gonna check something actually. Oh, you've been... Come on. It's not... The code's not exactly the same, but there's clear inspiration. The class names are pretty similar. Okay. Cool. Well, I'm glad that you're making progress on it. It's cool that it's this far along. I'm not against you like working on it or even distributing it. Just because like if I'm not distributing it, like somebody, the features are good and I don't like how Unity does it. So if someone's doing it, that's good. Okay, Penpal. Hey, your Moonstone, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Hey, everyone. Hello, hello. What were you working on? Oh, thank you. Wonder if I should maybe open up some of this. It's very like interior. We could easily just blow a hole in the wall. Interior crocodile alligator. I drive a Chevrolet movie theater. Nice. Oh, it doesn't work so well. Okay, well, we'll put it back. See ya. do. Okay. So, I was going to put this somewhere else, but I feel like I'm kind of missing something here. Like, no, I didn't remove the bridge. I just split it into two scenes so that I could increase the size of this play space without worrying about affecting this. And I wanted this to be like a little more of a set piece. So it's easy to control how the player enters and exits this space if it's a separate scene. That was the goal. So the question here is whether or not this can be used to do anything in the game. Because I wanted to have... There's a moment here that's going to happen where the player comes here, they play a special song, and then this all shifts down. And this stuff isn't going to be here unless... we check on load. Required flags are... Once you've got, I guess, like a rise. So you're going to come here earlier and stand here and play some music. And then this is going to react. I could put him here. That's kind of cool. What are we going to do? We're going to move it like 1, 2, 3 pixels up. Would be cool to have him sitting up on one of these. It's pretty cool. Or I could flip it. Maybe it shouldn't be considered background quite like that. That's cool. Okay. Now, I might actually just hide this altogether. Just, it's gone. It's not even in this scene. And then in the previous scene, now this could be way, way too much of a, what do they call it? Object permanence issue. If it's way too far away. Yo, I'm so happy that I fixed my crash issues. I was like really struggling for a while. Hey Marussia, how's it going? Mm-hmm. Yo, Bilalenchi, I think definitely having some outside perspective has probably contributed to your version being a nice revision on Retrobox. Obviously, I do different things with it now, but yeah, we don't have to compete. It's what, you're making what you want to make, and I made what I want to make. I made what I wanted to make. You don't have to justify it. Lily says, I got a question about coding. Is there like hard limits on what you can do? Like, what do you mean? Like, what would be an example of a hard limit? I'm not really sure I understand. I mean, the constraints are always just like hardware constraints and software constraints, but like, I don't know how to put it. Most of the time, if you're just talking about like creatively, like, can you make anything appear on the screen? It really just comes down to like, computers can only do so much, and there are ways of making the computer do things that the computer is very good at, and then there are things that computers are not very good at. So like, for example, Minecraft has like an infinite world, right, of cubes. And there's a lot of creative engineering that has to go on in the background to make Minecraft feel like it's doing that. Because obviously you can't load infinite cubes into the computer. So like, in order to stream the data such that you can walk infinitely and the experience doesn't break, there's a lot of architecture and design and development that has to go in to make that work. But if from Minecraft you decided, okay, and now I want to make it realistic, there would be a bunch of reasons why it works for Minecraft, but it's much harder outside of that. So there are oftentimes what happens is when you want to do something specific in a game engine or to achieve some result, like there's like what a computer can do. And if you want to achieve something here, it's like you can do all of this, but you have to stretch the resources of the computer to do that a specific way. Like in Minecraft's case, the fact that everything is cubes makes the game, it makes the seams not weird or awkward. So like, you know, where one block runs into another block, Minecraft has chunks. So you've got like 64 by 64 blocks of stuff that gets stored at any one time. Where one chunk runs into another chunk doesn't look weird because everything's cubes anyway. But if it was trying to be realistic, you'd have all of these problems of like levels of detail and how to make things seamless. So like if you go and look into like a mountain range on a background, you know, tons and tons of chunks away, to have this look the way that it needs to be realistic or whatever, well, are you drawing every cube? If it was geometry that's really, really detailed, like in more realistic games, you know, you have trees that look like trees. They've got leaves on them. They've got, you know, whatever, like GTA, for example. GTA has a very, very big map, but the map never changes. So there are different kinds of strategies to deal with the fact that they know that the level isn't going to change, and advantages to that. So you can have what are called MIP maps or levels of detail. So it's like, well, we know that this mountain range has like a town on it that's here. So let's load in a low resolution version of the town when we are far away from it. And there would be a bunch of different decisions you could make about how to engineer this thing because you know it's there. But having like hyper realistic, which is over here, and infinite and procedural, which is over here, you're going to get stretched in two different directions, and there's going to be limitations that are even harder to overcome. The more like specific and unique the thing that you're trying to do is, the harder it is to engineer it. So when you say other limitations, it's like, yes, definitely. But the more you know exactly what it is you're trying to make, the more you can kind of like tailor the outcome to sort of get that result that you want. So most of it is down to like design, engineering. There's also things like that just aren't fun. Like some games you can make and they technically work, but like even though you can code it, it starts to become much, much harder to continue coding it the further you go down, because it's just like it creates wrinkles or issues. You know, it's like saying, can I make a house that's upside down? It's like you probably could make a house that's upside down, but like, would you want to live in it? Like what happens to the game when you try to make it the thing that you decided that you wanted? So oftentimes it's like there are, and this is why like games fall into very specific genres. Like there's this idea, I talk about these things in extreme abstracts, so please don't be put off by this. But in engineering and I guess design, you have this concept of like value in a space, right? There are high points and there are low points. Imagine this as a space that represents things that a computer is good at making. And there are some things that a computer is very good at doing, very easy. And this could just be, this doesn't have to be technically, it could also be like design wise, like game genres that are easy to make. Sometimes you see stuff like this up here, like this could be like a card game. Card games are really easy to make. No trouble for the computer. You're not having to do crazy technical stuff to do it. Easy replay value. It's just like pretty straightforward how to make one. Match 3 games, yeah, super easy to make, but they're also like really crowded and there's lots of people making games there. And you've got this, like a lot of the time as a developer, you have these ideas of things that don't exist yet, and you don't know if they're high value or not. They might be really hard to make, but they might be really easy, but you don't know yet. The concept that comes up here a lot is this idea of like local maxima or like minima. So it's like Minecraft, I would say, is like a game that sits in a space that looks like this. It's like if you want to make Minecraft exactly as Minecraft is, then yeah, the computer's really good at making exactly Minecraft. If you change one thing about Minecraft, it's Minecraft, but it suddenly becomes a lot harder to make. Like, it's Minecraft, but instead of blocks in an infinite plane, it's a sphere. Like, it's planets. Minecraft with planets is way harder. Why is it harder? It's harder because logically, let's say you've got grid blocks. What happens at the center of the circle? The grid blocks don't work anymore because a circle is not a square. Like, what happens to this block? How do you put a block here? You can't put a rectangle. Like, you either get a cube planet or you get a, you know, or what has to happen is all of the blocks need to be shaped like this, where they're thinner on the bottom to account for the angle. So every row closer to the core has a smaller footprint on the bottom than it does at the top. I saw someone make a game that was based on this concept, but they ended up using hexes instead of cubes. They ended up using like this, I think. It ended up being a better shape for whatever reason. So like, you end up in this space where you're like, okay, cubes works for exactly what Minecraft is, and that's great. If I wanted to do that but something else, you then have to figure out, well, all of the things that happened to be easy about what Minecraft does. How do you, like, maybe Minecraft is exactly what Minecraft is because that was the most straightforward thing to make. if that makes sense. And there's a reason why Minecraft isn't hyper realistic, and there's a reason why Minecraft isn't, based on planets. So that's how. I mean, you can almost do. You could do lots of things, but in terms of can you do anything, it's like usually comes down to graphical constraints, memory constraints, logistics. Yeah. Some concepts are just like Insignia, for example. I think this game that I'm making is a game that's hard to make. And it's hard to make for reasons that superficially are not that obvious, because when you look at it, you go, oh yeah, I've played games that look like this. But then you actually dig a little deeper and you go, hang on, I actually haven't played that many games that look like this. Like it looks kind of like Metroid and Castlevania, but like, what is it that Metroid does differently to this? Well, Metroid, you have a gun, so all the enemies can be shot at, and which means you don't have to fight the enemies on an even playing field. Like the idea of like fighting an enemy that's like slightly above where you are in Metroid makes Metroid's combat really straightforward, because you don't have to aim, you just shoot and it auto aims or whatever. So like the closest game to Insignia would be like Iconoclasts or Owlboy. Both of those games have guns. It's like, why do those games have guns? Well, they don't have melee combat, and melee combat presents a bunch of challenges that interact kind of weirdly with platforming. Platforming with melee combat is actually not that common of a mix, because enemies and how enemies work within those environments, it's actually kind of tricky. It's a bit of a pickle. You got to deal with things like pathfinding. You got to deal with, do enemies platform? Can they jump? You know, what happens if an enemy is on a ledge and they get knocked off the ledge? What happens then? So suddenly it's like, oh, hang on, this is way more complicated than just having all the enemies be like flying bees like this. If the enemies are just colliders that move around in 2D space and don't deal with the geometry, well, then you can do what you want, right? It's really easy to make this bee just fly around and not interact with the arena. Way harder to do the hedgehog. And then you think, okay, well, Castlevania has enemies, but do you fight Castlevania's enemies in like a duel scenario? Like, are you fighting them like Street Fighter, or is it that they're just stationary enemies that spit out hitboxes? You know, like, do they actually move around the arena trying to do so in an intelligent way? It's like, well, no, not really. And I'm talking specifically about Symphony of the Night. So, you know, you look at this and it's like, oh, these enemies actually don't really interact with the level very much. They're sort of just standing there. This guy's moving, but he doesn't deal with the geometry, so he's easy to do. This guy's shuffling a lot. Like, notice how most of the enemies die in like one hit? Because they're really more obstacles than they are enemies. But even Dead Cells, I would say, is not really... Like, most of the enemies just stand there, right? A little bit of movement, not a lot of knockback. Like, you can't really... That's not bad. No, they're pretty good. But then you look at like the pacing of this game, and this is where, again, it's local minima, local maxima. Like, the pacing of Dead Cells really masks the fact that the enemies are actually they're not that smart. They don't have to do very much. They sort of just do that, like you don't really have to think about spacing when you fight an enemy in Dead Cells for the most part. Because the enemies the interactions go so quickly that there's not really how do I put it? I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, you don't really have to think about balance in the engagement here. That's probably not that fair. How do I put it? There's something in the sense that the game's pace is so fast that a lot of those balancing decisions would be much more forgiving. That's what I want to say. Yeah, the speed is so fast, and the game but because the game is so fast, you can basically modulate difficulty, not by tweaking enemies, but by just adding more of them. That's how Dead Cells works. You add more enemies, and that makes it more complicated for the player. And the enemies, as far as I understand, for the most part, they only do one thing each in Dead Cells. Like, an enemy is more of like one interaction than it is like a fight. It's like, this guy does this attack, and then this guy does this attack. Really, really valuable way to do it. And I'm not making criticisms. This is like this game, and then like Skull the Hero Slayer. Those are like other local maxima. Not local maxima, but high value points at which there's probably a local maxima. So like Metroidvania is like pretty easy to make, and then roguelike, or roguelite in this case, is also pretty easy to make. And in both of these, high intensity is like an easy way to get to the top of this. Like, it's easier to engineer these games when they're higher intensity, because if you move quickly through a Metroidvania, how do I put it? No, what I'm trying to make a comparison specifically to Insignia and why there aren't that many games like Insignia. That's where we started. I don't know if you just jumped in. So when I say easy to make, what I mean is there are challenges that come with making a game like mine that are not as present in these games, which makes these games, there is less resistance. That's what I'm trying to say. There's less resistance in making a high intensity roguelike. If you want your roguelite to be high intensity, that will be easier than making it slower. That's what I'm trying to say. No, but I'm not just trying to make an apples to apples comparison about who's got an easier time making games, or like that my game's hard to make and that boohoo, you should cry for me. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to say, I think generally speaking, like, it's easy to make games that are like this be good and fun because of factors in the design that coalesce easier. Like I would say the comparison on the other side of this that's harder is Chasm. Chasm is a game that, again, very superficially similar to Insignia, but I think had an even harder time than Insignia. Like this game didn't succeed at the level that it probably should have, given how beautiful it is. It's a roguelite. It's pixel art. It's doing a lot of the same things Insignia is doing. It's doing a lot of the same things that it's kind of like doing the Metroidvania roguelite thing, exactly like Dead Cells and Castlevania or Rogue Legacy, but it does it small and slow. Slower character speed, more simple enemies, and for some reason, it doesn't feel as fun. Why doesn't it feel fun? Because the pace being slower exposes the fact that the enemies aren't as interesting. So it becomes, the pacing is much harder to get right because you're going down corridors fighting rats and goblins, and it's like, this is the 5th corridor fighting rats and goblins that I've been down, and I'm not churning through it fast enough to get new stuff, right? It doesn't have the scaling that Dead Cells does, where the game's getting more and more intense. And in Dead Cells, like dying quickly and resetting quickly gives you that because the challenge is quite high. You sort of not ever really in a position where the presentation values are getting tired because you're moving through the areas much more quickly. So like you don't go, oh, I'm in the sewer. I've been in the sewer for so long in Dead Cells, because you're like, you get out of the sewer in like 5 minutes and then you're gone into the next one, So like, I really do think that this game's harder to make in that sense. Because this is trying to do something, again, this is trying to do something that Dead Cells isn't trying to do, where this game's trying to do the Castlevania, Metroidvania style exploration stuff. It's trying to like it's trying to handle backtracking and having that be a major part of the experience. Which in this game, because it's not fun to move around, because it's so much more slower and there's not much interesting platforming mechanics. Like the platforming's quite straightforward. So this is now trying to do the backtracking without the fun movement, which means that it falls into the tedious category. It's more like the dungeon crawling kind of grinding feeling than it is high intensity action. So I really don't think that I think this game is much harder to make fun than Dead Cells, personally. There might have been a fun game here, but I think it's harder. That's my opinion. Just to move the conversation away from Insignia if we have to. On the flip side, Rogue Legacy, basically the exact same game. Way, way, way less constraints. Like they're not trying to be as authentic with the pixel art. You got like weird, mixels and character scaling and all sorts of stuff that's just not particularly, doesn't look very good, right? The UI is not as clean, but it's faster. And the levels are shorter and more diverse. But because there's not as much effort in the polish, the diversity is easier to sell, in my opinion. Like getting into like a new area or designing new areas wouldn't have been as hard. Like the pixel art here is really easy to do by comparison. And again, you got movement mechanics. It it doesn't have the same, what's the word? It's almost like an I want to be the guy kind of situation. You know, it's like a little bit, it kind of revels in the jank a little bit. And obviously it's using humor as well. Like the humor takes it a long way. So yeah, like this, like being able to attack these guys, like in Chasm, you would never see that. They just wouldn't have designed it that way. So there's something about certain pillars, like in Chasm's case, the authenticity of the pixel art, the slower movement, the more, I guess, careful design elements take away from opportunities for the player to like just get in there and die and reset. Like Rogue Legacy has the refresh value of every time you die, you come back and you've got a different hero and they have different skills altogether. And you're sort of, I haven't played Chasm, so I don't know exactly what gets preserved between runs, but I think Rogue Legacy just asks less of the player. Personally, I think Chasm expects more of you, and I think Insignia has that challenge too, of like Insignia frames itself to expect more of you, or it asks you to expect more of it, because it's got a story in there. And then the question is like, okay, well, is the story going to keep it interesting? Like if I gutted the story and just did a bunch of level designs and made the levels fun and didn't worry about backtracking, that would be easier to make than if I added the story and try to have the character moments mesh well with the level design. That's what we're dealing with right now. In this case, it seems to me like you're describing design oversights as a point of why Chasm is hard to make. No, I'm saying Chasm is what Chasm was designed to be. But I think it's harder to sell that. It's harder to, it may be like that some of these design pillars, when you mix them together, just don't lead to as valid or marketable an experience. Yeah, like we can say that now from the armchair perspective of being back here and saying, well, clearly looking at this game, it's much slower, and looking at this game, it's much faster. Therefore, these two things oppose each other. And I think when I say something's harder, what I mean is there's a shape of that game that's probably like, you know, you start making a game and you end up somewhere. There might have been a Chasm that's much more fun if they pivoted and found a slightly different set of design choices. Like maybe Chasm is more fun if you make it faster, but maybe it's more fun if you make it wackier, or maybe it's more fun if you have more enemy variety, or maybe it's more fun if you make the combat more intense, or more like turn-based, maybe, you know, like maybe you take the exploration out. Maybe it's not a roguelite. Maybe it's just a Metroidvania. Maybe you add a story that's more dense. You know, there's probably a bunch of things you can modulate that end up somewhere at a higher local maxima than whatever it reached. And I think when you set out to make something, you don't know exactly where your thing is going to end up until you're playtesting it. Like, you know, so when I say it's hard, what I don't mean is that Dead Cells doesn't have design challenges or that engineering is easier. What I mean is the pathway to making Dead Cells fun is pretty obvious, I think. And there are lots of games that play that way. And you can look at those games and say, well, these are fun for this reason. We're going to make this game fun for the same reason. Make sense? This all started with the question of like, can you just make anything with code? That's where we started. Like, can you just design and make any game? And it's like, yeah, but some games are easier to make than others from a technical perspective, but also a design perspective. And some games just aren't fun or become impossible to make. Like Insignia honestly, I really think it's a hard game to make. But I think that, I mean, like, how could it be? If something's fun, then the design elements don't oppose each other. I feel like by definition, I haven't played Blueprints, so I don't know. But this is a descriptive model we're trying to do here, not a prescriptive one. I don't have a list of things that work well and don't work well together. I only have the games that I've played and what I think works well about them. And I'm inferring why I think those go well together. But if a game is really, really fun and it has two things that shouldn't go well together, well, they obviously do go well. We just didn't know that in the past, you know? Like if it's fun, it works. Middle ground 14. -5. Oh. Oh, why did I do that? I think I know why I did it, but I don't know if I should keep doing it that way. Well, let's just deal with it. That's better. Making a narrative mystery puzzle exploration game with player-driven procedural levels seems like they're really hard to make in terms of this conversation. Right. I guess I haven't played it, so I don't really know. But I think it's important. I think that this conversation is easier to have when we're talking about specifics. Hey, Jeremy Swinnon, thank you so much. Sorry I missed your message. Anyway, I can only speak from my experience. Like and there's a reason, like when I say that something is hard, I'm only saying it because I look at my game and I look at myself, I notice myself having challenges. And then I look at other games and I think, how does this game do it? And I go, oh, this game doesn't do that. I see. And that would have been way easier if I was just doing what they do. That's come up dozens of times while working on Insignia, where I've gone, oh, right. They just don't do that. This game does that. This game does this, but no games do that and this. Oh, tons of them, Mauricia. So we've been talking about them all stream. So like causality editor. I use this to check what things affect what in the level. Like quest related stuff. Like, oh, you talk to this person and that opens this door. That's an editor I made. You can also check where things get referenced. So meet Leopold is a flag that's set in a couple of different scenes, like this scene. This is a test scene. This scene, there you go. This is where it is now. And I have to update this. Well, that's true. But I think I agree with that, Elzak, in terms of like a personal diagnosis for sure. But I think there's also, I don't think it's, we'll talk about it in a second. I just want to finish explaining this. So I also made Retrobox, which is an animation system for my game. And Elzak in chat made this, which is Scene Graph. And I made this sequence editor for dialogue. And I made a bunch of timeline customizations that let me do camera movements and dialogue in the timeline, among others. So, Elzak, I think for me, I'm attracted to the gaps between the fun. I'm attracted to, I've seen this game, that's fun. I've seen this game, that's fun. I've seen this game, that's fun. I wonder if there's anything fun here. That's what I'm attracted to. Like, Insignia is a game that I'm curious about whether or not it will be fun to play this game. And there are things that I'm not innovating in, and there are things that I am innovating in. And it's the ones that I am innovating in that are unsolved and harder to solve. So, and I'm drawn to that. So I agree. I'm always going to do that. But I think it's not just about punching above my weight. Like, I don't think polish is hard. I think polish just takes longer. If we're talking about like quality or something like that. I do think I am drawn to challenging design problems, though. I think that's true. Anyway, I feel like I'm getting a bit defensive now, and I don't really want to be in that headspace. I don't want my points to get misconstrued too far. I was really just trying to say, if your enemies are simpler in their design scope and you have lots of variety and the player moves quickly, that's easier than slower gameplay with enemies that are more complex. Yeah, but I don't think I struggle with Insignia's graphics for any reason that has to do with quality, personally. I think I used to struggle more than I do now. This is going to be too far. No, but like when I had a simpler scope, it was harder. Like I wasn't like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you have to be me to know how to understand this conversation. Like I get that you have your, ideas about me or whatever, but like, I know I was here for every minute of me working on this. So there are things that like, to me, break the suggestion. Like, for example, just a really quick one. Trees used to be really, really hard for me. And I was trying to do more with them, but the art style was worse. So like it was hard because I was bad, and it's gotten easier. But I haven't made it. Like, if what you're saying is right about me, I should be making it harder still, right? I should just like be continuing to make the trees more complex or whatever, and having just as hard of a time because I keep aiming up. But that's not what's happened, because I don't struggle with trees today. Like, 2 examples. These were some of the first trees I tried to make for the game. They are visually too complex. And I was biting off more than I could chew at the time. And the current trees, they look better, and they have more going on with the shader and stuff, but they were easy to make for me at the time when I made them. And I don't have any interest in making them more complicated. Likewise, I used to have this tree tile set where I was trying to do like a tile set made of like where every leaf in the tree tile set was a perfectly drawn leaf. Look how complex this is. Like, it looked cool, but like I couldn't maintain that complexity. And even if I wanted to, I wouldn't bother doing that. Like, this is where I ended up with it. They look good, but it's kind of like I'm able to do this much better and effectively now than I used to. The hit stop is so stupid. That's so much hit stop. It's like a second of hit stop. So, I don't know. For me, it's like, I think it's a bit of an, what's the word? It's a bit judgmental to say that I'll like always be making things too complicated. I take it, like I understand why someone would say that about me. But I don't know. I give myself a bit more credit than that. I think because like I'm very sensitive about this topic. I'm very sensitive about this topic because I've been putting a lot of energy into it recently. And I didn't really mean to get into it just now. We sort of just stumbled into it. I was making a different kind of statement about a different kind of thing. It's all good. It's all good. All right. My camera system. Oh man, the camera system is a constant challenge. I can't talk about it quickly. I don't have a video about it yet. And I wouldn't make a video about it either until I was very, very confident with what I'd made. I think I've got a good camera system, but I'm not sure yet whether or not there are architectural things stopping it from being a great camera system. And until that time comes, like the camera system is a challenge in Insignia in a way that I'm not sure is the same. Like in Dead Cells, I'll be really quick about it. This here, right? You interact with it, it goes off screen. I need for you, the player, to understand the context of like this started up there and these are ticking down. So I want to show you the feather while you're trying to run it around and catch it, which means I want to zoom out. Because the levels I don't design my levels as screens, I design them as just fluid geometry. Having the player having the action framed in a way that works is a challenge. That if I was making a faster paced game with less action adventure elements like that, the camera control, the like framing of the set pieces and the action wouldn't be as much of an issue. But it is an issue. So then my camera system needs to be quite robust to be able to handle all of these little exceptions. Like what's the basis of logic on which we should be showing the player one thing or another, or zooming out to one level or another? Like this moment here where we zoom out. Just that is really, really hard to do in this game. Like, think about it, right? You're here. When do you zoom out? Do you zoom out when I pass a threshold? Where's that threshold? Should I zoom out now? You can see it zooms out when you hit the ground, when you enter above. But does that mean that I have to place the camera collider, the zoom bound right here? What if I jumped? See that? I jumped above it, right? But I didn't trigger the box. Why didn't it trigger? My head's above the line. Well, it didn't trigger until we were like a very specific way above. There's like all these little things that you have to think about, with all these tiny little breakpoints for all the little exceptions that are there. That like in isolation, you can make a rule and say, oh yeah, it should behave this way because I said so. But then like, yeah, but you have to factor in all this other stuff. So like actually the way that it works is there's like a grounded check that's happening. So I'm up here, we're zoomed in, right? When I drop down, I'm in the zone here. We're inside of the zone. But we're not actually showing anything. We're not changing the zone until we hit the ground. Then it zooms out. And it's not just zooming out indiscriminately. It's actually zooming out with the context of a level bounding box. So like there's a scrolling bound here, which I haven't updated much for this level in a sec. So let me show you how that works. If I take this and I say, okay, this is the bound of the level. This is the edge of the gameplay here. So I don't actually want to zoom out beyond this edge until I'm like in this space. So let's just say that's what we want it to look like. When it zooms out, it has to account for that bound as well. because I don't want to show the player anything off the edge, but I do want to zoom out. So as I'm doing this, watch what happens. When I hit this and I start zooming out, it still respects the edge. So now we're zooming into the empty space without zooming off and revealing more on this edge. It's not simple, you know, but it would have been simple. It would have been much more simple if I designed my levels like this. Right? Fixed zoom, scrolling in one direction, if at all. That's easier. It just is. Look, we're framing all the action. The level design fits inside of the screen. No crazy camera stuff to do here. We move left, we move right. Different screens. You're seeing the whole puzzle in one level. We're only moving on one axis. But to make this work, you have to have your design space fit in one screen. To make that work, you need to have a character that's small enough to show a significant amount of level design in one space. So like the character being this small on screen makes it so that when you drop down to here, like if we go back a second, again, Insignia is harder because the character's bigger. So here, when we jump down, you can, I mean, that actually, I would say that's a difficult jump, even in this game. This bit of level design is not very forgiving because there's not a lot of space for the player to, like, the level design should always show you at least the next thing that you have to do after the thing that you're doing now, so that you can plan ahead, even if it's incrementally, like half a second ahead of where you are now. So like coming up is easy. If you place the floor here, it's like, okay, I'm going to jump here and then I'm going to jump here, right? Or whatever. You can have that plan build as you're playing it, but that only works if your character is only so big on screen. So then that's why I've got parts of the game where I zoom out, because I'm trying to show you like a bunch of different things that you have to plan. If I kept it zoomed in, especially if it was like where is this camera? Imagine if it was this close. So this is much harder. To play this little mini game is harder to do because of object permanence, right? I can't even see it right now and it's only one jump away. And that's like, you would say, well, of course, Adam, just zoom out all the time. Just why don't you set your zoom to like 2.7 all the time? But then you've got areas in the game where it's like, no, definitely you want it to be closer because you want to appreciate the pixel art. So like here, you want this to get really close. This is even this is 0.9, super duper close. So there's a tension there, and the tension is between two different values: action gameplay versus like appreciating the intricacy of pixel art. And in order to balance it so that it still feels good, you need to do more. It's more complex. So like here, when you're crafting, you want to zoom in, you want to get close, right? Because it's like, well, we're going to craft a thing. Or interacting with this guy. But if we're like running around beyond that, you want to zoom out because you want to see what's ahead of you in the level. So here we're in the level, running around. As we approach this thing that we might want to interact with, we want to zoom into it. So then it's like, are we making it complicated? Or are we trying to straddle two things that are hard to do together? And it's just unfortunately a reality that you have to make it, you have to respect that it's complicated. The thing you're trying to do. What I'm trying to do is complicated because I'm trying to do multiple things at the same time that don't necessarily gel on the face of it. It does jitter a little bit. I don't know why it does that. It's not perfectly smooth, but the frame rate is like ridiculously high. I'm sure at the moment it's like we're in the hundreds of frames per second. So I'm not actually sure why the zoom feels jittery. It might be a I don't know, perceptual thing. I can't tell. It might be a late update versus normal update. Could just be a speed of the updating. It's pretty smooth. Well, I don't know. And then obviously the cutscene, right? Cutscene plays out. That camera moved. That took over the gameplay while we were supposed to come from this side, but like we walk into the area, that just took the existing camera and lurped towards a virtual camera that's moving up the chasm. Like, how to do that? Lots of systems. That's how. Maybe if I turn this off, I wonder if that will do it differently. There is some texture scaling stuff that happens. Oh, that is smoother. Is it? There might actually be some stuff that's a bit jittery. Yeah, wow. Wow, that was significant. Yeah, it's texture scaling. It's super sampling. That's way smoother. Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. So it's a render texture thing. We'll have to solve it one day. So does it stay pixel perfect? It does stay pixel perfect. Well, I move between integer scales. So like this is, if you took a screenshot of this and then divided every pixel by 3, that's true pixel art. If you took this and divided every pixel by 2, that's true pixel art. So we're at like 1x, 2x, 3x, 4x. But we're not at 1.5. So it's not like every pixel and a half is a new pixel. It's like every 1 pixel or every 2 or every 3. But in terms of like when we're transitioning, like here, this is broken. This is like not perfect pixel art. You can see it on the coins. So just in the transition, it's not perfect, but hopefully that, usually this zoom is happening in a way where you don't really notice it. Anyway. Yeah, it's no big deal. I got to get back to work. I feel like we've gone so off course the last little while. I'm feeling a bit bad about it, to be honest. I let myself get distracted. Oh, thank you, Leo. So I've got to find a way to maybe I'll have him in two scenes. Is my next video going to be about a camera system? I don't know. It's too complicated. Like, I'd have to sit, and this is the challenge. Like, I've done a lot of stuff, but like, it wasn't easy to do, and I don't know if it was the right way to do it. So like, it's not something that I want to do. I don't want to tell you how to do it. Maybe I make a video that's more like a vlog, where I'm like, I did this thing and it was really hard, you know, maybe. But it's almost like when I say something was hard, I've got an audience of people most of my audience is learning how to do things. And if I say, I did this thing, it's really cool and it was really hard, what I'm doing is incentivizing you to go on this journey with me to find the hypothetical mountains that are hard to climb between the really easy games that are straightforward to make. And I actually don't know if I want to take you on that journey with me, if I'm being honest. Because if I get here and there's actually nothing there, if Insignia is just not fun and just has a really complicated camera system for no reason, why am I bringing you on this journey? You know, it's like, I would much prefer to tell you to climb this mountain that's much easier to climb and goes just as high than to follow me into the woods on something that's really complicated. Because I want there to be more good games. I don't necessarily want there to be more ambitious games. I happen to be cursed with ambition, but don't follow me, you know? Cursed with the flame of ambition. How do I do this? I think I want him. I'm just going to type it out. It'll be easier. Yasuo? It kind of does look like Yasuo, huh? So, player needs to learn how to play the cello as associate the tuning forks with cello. Be introduced to Leopold. Be smart enough to know to play the cello when they get to the crucible opening. Hey, Burke. So, have a few opportunities to play before needing to open the crucible. That's really what I want to say. Intuitively know to play during the crucible. I wonder if I'm not, I think I just discovered something that's actually way better than what I'm doing right now. This is one of those like design pillars questions. So right now I've got these like tuning forks that are just there in the game. And the tuning forks, when you stand next to them, they play a sequence of notes. But standing next to something is not a pillar of design that Insignia has. So what if you hit them and they make a tone? And what if you scatter a few of them around the level and you have to hit them in a specific order? Well, you hit them and they're numbered somehow. And so you hit this one, then that one, then this one, and that's the sequence of notes that you have to play. That makes way more sense to me. Well, that's the question of like, because you want to map, you want to match platforming with and combat with music. That's the idea here. So like the first thing would be right, and that's true. From an accessibility perspective, we do need to think about how to do this. I think what I'll do is have a color associate with it, like red, blue, yellow, or whatever. And I'll make it really simple. I'll just have 4 colors, up, down, left, right, I guess. So in this case, the way that it works is, and we should be talking about this because it's important for what I'm about to design. So C, D, E, F will be the 4 things. And in the game, I actually have 4 colors, cardinal directions for this. So when I go to like controller input model, it's actually not this way right now. It's actually this way. So back to cello. So it's C, D, E, F like that. So pretty easy. For the colorblind and the deaf, this should be straightforward. If you can play Insignia at all, you should be able to interpret these correctly. So I'll make it that when you play that note, you see this color emanate out of the little treble clef or whatever. Not treble clef. Semi-breve, whatever. The quarter note will be that color. The Braille. All right. These 2 colors are the real colors. The real colors in the game is like, this is a bit more like that, I think. And anyway, just trust me. So The only problem is that I don't want there to be just it's tough. In Animal Well, they go do 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 like that. And so you know the direction of the thing. That's how you know what the music is. In Insignia, it's do 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 do. It's two different things, like up, like down, left, up, right, and then X, Y, B, A. So the problem there is that it's not just directional. So I would need to have like potentially 8 colors. If I wanted the full scale to be playable, which I kind of do, but I don't really want to, what I don't want to do, which would be the easiest thing to do, would be to literally just show them the piano roll, just the keyboard, and then light up the things. I feel like it takes the puzzle out. So that it's literally just color and shape. So maybe we can do. Oh yeah, the Insignia method. I'm very proud of it, and I think it's really cool. And it lets you play like chords. You can play like multiple notes at once, because you've got like you can press F and you can press D at this. Well, you can press the face buttons and the you can press multiple at the same time. So it's really cool that way. But maybe we need some sort of a visual, like a language in the game. Like a symbolic language. Now, I have a symbolic language in the game. They're called ensigns, but to assign them to tones is not straightforward. I feel like it might get a little bit muddled. A numbering system would be good. Like just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or, I mean, I can just show them as A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Like C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. And just have that be the thing that appears when you hit the thing. It's just that those are like English letters. That's very like, what's the word? Like, I think universally around the world, that should be okay. Like, I think in Japan, they understand this in music notation means a thing. And it doesn't even matter. Like, if you press the button and you get that symbol, you'll understand that. The only question is, like, does that show up in the sprite? Like, does this have a literal A on it? Or is it just a color? And then the A shows up when you press it, when you hit it. I think that's it. So like we can justify the VFX. Like if you see a little like green A go like doom like that when you hit it, it's like this is for us, the player. But Armin doesn't see the music. He just hits the thing and hears the sound. And I think players will immediately engage in the puzzle element if they see the letter. Like, it's easy to remember that you hit a thing and you saw an A than if you hit a thing and you saw green. Because A is like, oh, what's A? Because if I see A, then I know that there's going to be B, C, D, E, F. So I think that's going to have to be it. I think we have to use the letters of the alphabet. For deaf people and from a puzzle design perspective, I think that's just the way it is. It's the easiest thing to, it's the most universal thing. If you were going to not localize it, I think this is the thing that you would give a pass on, like the music system. Because like in Korea, they would understand this. In Japan, they would understand. In China, they would understand it. So I think it would be okay not to localize it. I'm not going to do like Arabic characters. I'm not sure they would even use them. But okay. So now I've got to make this now look more hittable, which is pretty easy to do because I want it to look, well, we can redesign it to look more. I think we should redesign it. Man, I don't know how we get on these digressions. Okay, first of all, I'm not using these two colors, so that's good, which means I can just do this. So I kind of just want to make it a lot brighter. And then I want to actually make it higher contrast. So you make these bits darker. Makes it look more, it should make it look more metallic to do it that way. Although that doesn't look quite good. More metallic. More highlights. And actually, I think it being rotated like this doesn't help it. I think it needs to be more facing us to make it more look like a game. Yeah, I've been learning this over time, actually. That intuition, Elzak. It's become more obvious the more I've worked on the game. That like there are just, it's almost like I don't know how to put it. I think I've watched like other games recently, like watching my wife play other games. It's actually crazy. But she was commenting on the fact that someone asked me, I think it was Thomas Brush. We were in an interview with Thomas Brush. I was in an interview with Thomas Brush. I say we like it's like all of us. And he was asking me what I was playing, I think it was. And I said something like, oh no, it was in the live stream for with Primogen. They were like, what games are you playing, Adam? And I'm like, I'm watching my wife play some games right now, which is true. But I'm going to simplify this and start again. She was saying that that's a little bit sad, but I don't think it's sad. I think it's reality. But also, I kind of think that it's good that it's like that, because it gives me the opportunity to watch her play. And she's calling me right now. Speak of the devil. I mean, Angel. Be right back. Okay. So, yeah, like I'm watching her play and I'm noticing elements of design that developers put in their game. What's the game called? Tunic. They have tuning forks, don't they? Yeah. I kind of want it to look a little bit more... we'll figure it out. Yeah, so, you know, like I'm watching her play these games and I'm like, huh, this is interesting. Like, would I have done this, or how would I have solved this problem? Or it's interesting how like there's usually this, like, I guess I'll call it like design economy that I'm noticing in a lot of games, like how to get the most out of the least, or how to take something that's actually like could be conceptually quite complicated and compress it down into the language that the game uses. So yeah, like in this case, hitting things is like what you do in this game. So like if I'm looking to add something to it, I should use the combat system that I've already built to achieve the thing. It's because otherwise you have to build new things all the time. Like even, you know, we're playing together. We're actually playing Split Fiction. Even Split Fiction achieves a lot of stuff using like systems or techniques that like it sets up very early in the game, and it just uses them over and over again until like in different ways. It's like, oh, they're using this thing that they established earlier, and you always do things this way. Like for example, triangle. You're always using triangle to do things all the time, even though you've got circle and square and whatever. Like, or like R1 to like hook shot around. Like hook shotting is just like, it's so ubiquitous in that game, and there's not even an explanation of why the characters can do that. It's just like, oh, you can hook shot stuff. But it solves so many problems that otherwise they would have had to design for if you didn't just have a hook shot you could just use to get around places. Hard to explain. I think it's a question of like, what challenges are worth solving, or what challenges are worth admitting to the player are challenges. For example, there's a part in the game in Split Fiction where you're riding a dragon and one of the dragons has a roll ability. You're riding on the back of the dragon and it suddenly turns in and starts rolling. So like, how do you not get crushed under the dragon? You're on its back, it starts rolling. How do you not die? And it's just like, the game just like, you just don't address it. You just don't talk about it. And like the player doesn't have to think about it. Like I'm thinking about it because I'm nitpicky, but like, to be honest, it doesn't bother me that much. Not enough. It's the bother that it causes me is not enough for them to design around. Or even admit. Like, just don't admit it, you know? How do you balance intellectual curiosity and dopamine for the player? Do those things need to be... Oh, you mean like giving the player things versus asking the player to do things? I think a good heuristic for that is it falls into just the core of the game design. So like, again, it's something that I'm learning. Okay. It's not like a thing I have like a strict answer for. But I'm feeling more and more confident in this, the things that I'm learning, I'm feeling more and more confident are like universal lessons rather than, or at least good strategies. That was kind of cool. So, man, I want to talk about this stuff with you guys, but I want to stay productive. It's really tough. You're making it very hard for me. I really, really want to just yap for the next hour, but I really have to get busy. It's such a cool question you asked. It's hard. I want it to feel kind of natural, like a natural formation. In which case, it's going to look like, you know what, I know what it has to look like. It has to look like one of these stone columns with like a little hole in it. More like a flute than like a tuning fork. Like the basalt columns. Basalt? Forget what I don't know what the right way to describe that is. And we can order them based on their height. So like the first can be small, second can be medium, and the third can be higher, maybe? Or maybe we can have 4 slots. So there's like a top slot, a medium slot, and so this one is like the second one because the little gemstone sits here or whatever. Like, we'd have to be clever about. It's hard because the dynamics of audio is like you would associate them with the note, but I'm trying to associate them with the order. So how else would you describe order? Maybe how many gems there are around it or something? Like 1 gem, 2 gem, 3 gems, 4 gems. Hey, Robert. We've got to figure that out. It's hard because or maybe you just hit it once and it plays the full sequence. Maybe you hit it consecutive times? This is already much more interesting than where we were before. Oh, yeah. Just like that, huh? It's just the difference between saying that like this is the first note versus saying that this is the highest note or the lowest note. You know what I mean? I think it's important to not confuse the two. Like, are they notes in a scale or are they notes in a sequence? That's an important distinction that the player needs to be able to say, these aren't the notes based on, like, this note is the first note, not the highest note or the lowest note. I think that's important that they can make that interpretation without, like, almost like just intuitively understand, you know, what is being asked of them. This is so much like designing an escape room. I could just feel, we were talking about it, my wife and I, we did some escape rooms when we were on holiday last week. And we were talking about the design of escape rooms. And I was like, I'm sure I could design an escape room because I do game design. Like, I'm sitting here doing it all day. And we were trying to talk about like how we would, I was like, you'd have to, you know, I was talking about UX testing and all that kind of stuff, like how you would go about getting the design right. And I feel quite opinionated about it. I think it's really easy when you do an escape room to blame yourself if you don't get the answers right. Because it's like, well, someone else got them right and I didn't, right? So I must be stupid. But like, as a game designer, like when I'm working on Insignia, if someone doesn't get something, I'm at fault. Like if I put a thing in the game and players go, I don't get it, I don't think, yes, I stumped them. I think, man, I must have really designed that poorly. So like a puzzle design is all about like knowing how hard your puzzle is and making it just hard enough that it sits just on the cusp of the player's like mental stack. Like it has to be like, they understand, one, that they're in a puzzle. They understand, two, what the pieces are, and they just need to figure out how they fit together. That's what a good puzzle is. Bad puzzle design is you're sitting there going, I don't know. Like as soon as you start spamming buttons or trying to brute force a solution, you're not engaged in the puzzle. You're not having a good time. You're disconnected. So I think it would be interesting to play an escape room designed by like a game designer, because I don't know how many other people get that. If you're not doing UX design or game design as a profession, like how do you get the practice to get good at them, at designing them? Like we had a puzzle. We were in like a Harry Potter themed escape room. There was a window, like a mirror, like a mirror. And the mirror had 4 LEDs that we had wands. And you had to like touch the LEDs to light them up in a sequence. So it's like they would remain on as long as the sequence was correct. So you could basically just like tap one and then tap another one and see what happens. If the first one goes out, you start again. And when we did it, I was sort of like, we were kind of a few puzzles deep in at that point, and there was another puzzle earlier that was like, it had a wand facing upwards and then a wand facing downwards and then a wand facing the middle. And I was like, oh, this is like a sequence. Like it's like up, down, middle. I think this might have been 3 instead of 6. So I was like, oh, it's 2 columns of up, down, middle, maybe. And in the end, it sort of didn't quite work, and we kind of brute forced it. And I knew, like, if they stay on while the sequence is correct, you can brute force it in like 5 or 6 tries. And at the end, I asked the guy who was running it, I was like, oh, like, what did we miss with this to know what the solution would have been? And he was like, you're supposed to just brute force it. And I was like disappointed, because it's like, oh, it wasn't even really a puzzle. It was kind of just like a tap like crazy until you get the result. Like, oh, like we solved it, but like it didn't feel good to solve it. It was just like, oh, I guess this was the answer. He's like, yeah, you're just supposed to have fun with it. I'm like, what? I'm here for puzzles, sir. I mean, we still had fun with it, but the problem is that when something is unfun, it kind of if the puzzle design is inconsistent, it basically what's the word? Not prohibits, not confiscates. What the hell is the word I'm looking for? What's the word? Not expel. What the heck? No, like bans you. Like it what the heck? You've been, like when you lose your driver's license, you're like you've an opportunity has been taken away from you because you suspend's close. Man, there's a word that starts with con and I don't know what it is. See you, Lily. Disqualified. There you go. Yeah. If you design a puzzle, it starts with con, disqualified. If you design a puzzle whose difficulty curve is inconsistent, like this, if the difficulty goes like this and then spikes up and then goes down, what you've done is you screw with the player's expectations of difficulty and you disqualify yourself from creating anticipation, because now they don't know how hard to expect it to be. Like, should they expect it to be, if it goes up here, are they expecting it to be up here next or down? They're not going to expect it to be down here, right? They expect it to increase over time. So like, if you don't have a smooth or somewhat predictable difficulty curve, or at least like language of how you describe difficulty to the player, they're going to start getting really anxious when they don't have any confidence in how to solve the problems. Confidence is all about pattern recognition. So if you don't have patterns, you disqualify yourself from creating an interesting experience. There you go. Yeah, the padlock meta is like, it's dying. Is it too obvious if I put a little musical note symbol on there? Should I not do that? We're sort of getting into territory of like breaking immersion a little bit. It's just that I don't think you're going to know to hit this otherwise. I could just put other things that you hit around it. So you accidentally hit them. Oh, a bell. Yeah, I mean, making it look more hollow is probably a thing we could do. The holes were a good idea. When you put holes, especially holes in a sequence on something, I feel like that immediately tells you music. And honestly, I don't even think the holes have to look different from each other. Like the different pedestals, the different, whatever you call these, tuning forks. I don't even think they have to look different from each other. I think it's just the idea of it looking like an instrument is probably valuable here. Yeah, something animated would be right. Okay. Well, now I guess what I'll have to do is take this away, have this be on its own. I think the plinth can stay, actually. I just need to Yeah, I guess I'll remove this. No, I want it on its own. Plinth 2. And then fork 2. Wait, what did I just do with it? Okay, Jesus. The thing is, you literally have to put this much effort in. You have to, at least this much. If you don't put this much thought into it, like you're gonna find yourself in positions where like, I mean, depending on the kind of game you're making, players are just you're gonna have you kind of betray all of the effort that you have put in if you don't put this much effort in. Because it's gonna hurt you when the thing you're trying to do, where people don't get it. Oh yeah, it's not even that much effort. This is pretty straightforward actually. But we are on like iteration 2, you know, we're like quite deep into it at this point. Dude, I don't know what happened, but my settings for the texture importer don't stay. And I don't know why they don't stay. But I've got a sprite importer set and it won't, like, it just keeps resetting to treating all of the sprites as multiple sprites. No, Gumbus. At the moment I'm doing all of it, but I do normally have a team working with me. Well, for 8 years I worked alone. For 6 months I had a team. Now I'm alone again for a little bit. I've still got the team around, but I don't have a budget for them right now. So I am capable of doing it all myself. But because the project is so big, I'm trying to simplify. Middle ground to 0. How much more should I work? Is Link's Awakening a top 5? I like Link's Awakening. It's definitely not a top 5. It's not even a top 5 Zelda game, if I'm being honest. It's a good game. They're all good. But top 5? That's a good idea, Jack. Flowers of that color. That's a great idea. So I've got this thing of like destructible, but I guess technically it is I could make this a destructible that just has infinite HP. Otherwise I gotta make it alive. Wow. That was something. I might actually make it alive though. I think I'll give it a, well, if I do that, how did I do it for the apples? Suspended item, they have a life component on them. And what do they do about it? On trigger enter, if it's just a hit layer, then it just does the thing. Oh, that's pretty straightforward, isn't it? I mean, genuinely, if we just did that, we wouldn't even need to do anything. We don't even need to make it. I kind of like the idea that it's targetable though. In which case having a life component on it is a good idea. I don't think I can target destructibles. But I do want to target these things. Armin actually, the other thing is, Armin pulls the sword out when there's an enemy on the level. But then the question is, do I think of it as an enemy? I like the idea of the sword being out when you're near it. That tells you to hit it. So that's actually a good idea. Let's do that. Let's give it a life component. No health bar, no animator. What happens? Nothing breaks? That's good. So I can still target it, right? Yeah, that's good. Now I just need to be able to hit it. And technically, it could be targetable. Oh, but it's not an enemy right now. Oh man, this is tough. No, I did the thing. I did the thing. If you press play and then you press this, you crash Unity. Did you know that? So annoying. Oh, luckily I didn't. Nothing bad happened. Why is Armin here? Oh, he's... What? Okay, that is the plinth. The plinth has... What? Wait, is Armin in this... Oh, there he is. What are you doing, buddy? Get out of here. Hey, Vex. Thank you so much for the sub. For the raid. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome. Howdy. What's going on? Hey, Pelly. Oh, it's a bit late for that. Can we do it tomorrow? Did I accidentally just put a tuning fork in Hugo? I bet you I did. Cool. And then it needs a rigid body, and then it needs everything else. But the rigid body is going to be kinematic. Hello. Hi. You okay?
Are you finishing soon?
Do you want to start the rice?
Do you want to start the rice?
If I start the rice, can I come back after?
Yeah.
Okay. Pals. Yeah, at the beginning of tomorrow would be fine. I will be right back. Hey, Dimitri Rin. It's not structured very well, but the way I would structure it is by feature. So if you write a module for your game, like a custom animator, put all the custom animator scripts inside a folder called custom animator, inside of the scripts folder, or even just in their own package, separate folder. Not like a package, but you know what I mean. Like, if you can think about the possibility that you might use this in a different project, and think about how easy it would be to copy and paste it into that project if it was all in one folder per feature, rather than just putting all the scripts in a folder called scripts or the sprites in a folder called sprites, which is what I did. But, you know, it is what it is. See you in a bit, guys. Okay, we're back. All right. So we now need a sprite renderer. We have the sprite renderer. There it is. We have a life component. We have an enemy component. I don't think it needs anything else. I hope it doesn't. It probably will. Oh wow, it didn't, nothing bad happened. But I won't respond yet to the thing because it doesn't have a hurt box. So now we can just put a box on it. What the hell just happened? What the hell? What the heck? Where's the row? What the hell's happening right now? Oh, thank God. That's a strange bug. I've never seen that before. Okay, this is a enemy hurt box. Whoa, precision. Is the grass above the tile set added manually? No, it's part of the tile set. Wait, you mean... we killed it. We killed it. Did I not make you invincible? I think I have to give it some health. How can you added... I don't know what you're asking. I'm not sure what you mean. Wait, what is going on right now? Hey. Oh. Okay. I figured it out. Okay. We now know what happened to it. That is because we have the sprite renderer not on a sub-object called sprite. Nice. When making an auto tile, there are 3 layers, top, middle, lower, not an extra one for grass. Okay, first of all, we're talking about 2 different things here. You're talking about this, and you're talking about what is considered here, there, and there. And you're saying, hey, I've got this collision. How do I get grass here? But that is not the logistics of how to do a tile system don't care about. This is not a problem in general. That's just a problem with Godot. And even if it was a problem with Godot, you can still do tile with grass on top in this space. You could still do that in Godot. What you can't do in Godot is another row above that. Where you've got like empty grass collision. But you can put grass in the empty. The answer to the question is I don't use Godot's auto tiling or Unity's auto tiling. I use tiled, which first of all, you don't need to use auto tiling anyway. So you could just place the tiles where you want them. But I hope this shows you what I do, where I've got a tile that's just got a little bit of grass. Then I've got a tile that's got the collider on it, that's got the front edge of the grass and then the front face of the grass. So this would work even in Godot's system, I think. This should technically work. Where this is a tile with solid below and nothing above. That's what you would put here. But thirdly, I don't even use, I use my own rule system. This is the auto tiling system that I built inside of, this is how tiled lets you set up auto tiling. So it's not just about what's above and what's below. It's just like find and replace. It's like find this, replace with this. So you can make any complexity that you want and put grass there or whatever you want, anywhere you want. Bridges, grass, it doesn't matter. Okay? So the answer is Godot's auto tile is dumb. That's the reason why it's hard in Godot. Same with Unity. Unity sucks too. They both suck. It's my opinion. as somebody who's used both. Where's my hit flash? Where is my hit flash? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh my God, Adam, please. What the hell? Wait, so we're getting the hit confirm. What? What the heck? Oh, did I not pass the animator into the life component? That'll be a thing. No, I did. I did pass the animator in. Oh, is it an enemy stun thing? Ah, there it is. Okay, so because we don't have a stun module, this thing isn't going to do a hit spark. But we could do something like this. Wait, what does this do? Oh, interesting. I don't know why I have this. Surely there's somewhere else where we do this. Oh wow, it's literally the same. If I gave it a stun module, I think it would be juggleable at that point, and I don't want it to be. But it might be, at this point, it might be easier to do that actually. I'll have to, what's the word? I'll gamble with it and see how it goes. Because I feel like adding all this stuff is not necessary. So all I have to do is actually, no, wait a second. I have a non-character stun for this exact purpose. But does this have hit sparks? It does. Okay, well, solved. Hooray. Yay, works. Cool. It is cool when that happens. So, what I want to do here is I need to think of a way to make the sequencing work. What do you think about like that? You hit it, bong, and then you see this appear. Or maybe like that. Dong. And then like elsewhere there'd be like a bong. Yay, nay? So now you know it's like bong, 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 or whatever. Well, we talked about that. The thing is, you're gonna have to relate whatever symbol. Let's just say I do some weird rune thing. You're going to have to relate this to a button that you press. And there's no value, I think, in me creating. It's like there's the thing that you hear with your ears, and then there's the weird symbol that I draw. And then that converts to like a letter of the alphabet. And then that converts to like a button that you press on the controller. It's just too many things, you know? Too many like levels of obfuscation. Like otherwise you got to guess, you have to figure out how this maps to this button on the controller. Because if you're deaf and you see this symbol appear when you hit it, okay, well, what does that mean? How are you going to figure out that that goes to that on the controller? Like, or on the keyboard? It is going to be a little difficult when players, I don't know how to solve this. If I write A, B, C, D, when players are here, they might think that they have to press the A key. So then the other thing we could do, if we really wanted to figure it out, because it's keyboard and gamepad. It supports both. And also, the player's going to think they have to press that button. When they, like, I don't want you to, like, bonk this and have a gamepad button appear up here. Because then you think you have to press it. But you don't have to press it. Not now, anyway. Like, later, when you're playing the music, that's when you press it. So like the other thing we could do is like do, re, mi, fa, sol. Is it sol? La, ti. We could do that. But I think it's also so. Solfege. It is sol. Oh, and then T instead of C. No, in Australian in English speaking countries it's T. It's not C. But then we need to localize it. Don't you know the song from A Sound of Music? The Sound of Music? Tea, I drink with jam and bread. Right? Tea. But yeah, I know it's C in other languages. All right, well, let's make it do a sound when we hit it. I think in Japanese it is do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si, do. How did that just suddenly change to a different sound effect? How do we do that? Oh, that's the pure tone. Okay. Yeah, still not right. Oh, now it'll be right. Okay. It is Zelda. It's correct. It's just a demo thing. It's just for testing. No, 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 no. All right. So I got these cello strings. I guess I really just want it to play one note. Let's just call it 0. Okay. And then I want to take the player detector off. And I want to make it play when I hit it. I guess I could just force it to play. Probably a couple years. Whoa! Because we didn't plug it in. Cool. Wait, did that loop? If I keep hitting it, do I keep hearing it? Yeah. Okay. And then do you know what? I'm happy to put the letter of the alphabet there. I think it's fine. I don't think it's going to hurt anybody to do that. Instead of the little, like, I'll do the musical note and then an A even, if I want to be really picky about it. How does it... Why is it not playing the sound of what I thought it would play? Can't hear that at all. Oh, it's that. It probably needs to sound more like a bell or a gong or something. Okay. That's not a bad idea. I could do lowercase letters. It's actually a really good idea, but I don't think I'll do it. Okay. So ambient particle system, that's got to go. And then this has to play the correct note, which is not really a particle at that point. Unless I tell it, I don't actually know how that works. If you change, let me ask GPT. If I have a particle system in Unity and I wanted to change the rendered output texture per particle emission, what would happen to existing particles when I make that change? Oh. Oh, that's pretty convenient then. So I could put, if I wanted, I could have a particle system and I could emit the particles with the texture of the letter that I wanted in that moment, and then later do whatever I want with it. I do have textures for all of the letters of the alphabet. So we could do it. Hey, thank you so much, Chartle, for the sub. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay. So I just need now like an array, I guess, of particles that could play depending on it's kind of a separate thing, isn't it? This is kind of like got to be done anywhere music plays in the game. We could use the what's it called? Texture texture sheet animation to do it. Here. But we need to say, I think we need to give it a value. We need to pass that in on emission, what value we wanted. Otherwise, literally just an array of sprite renderers and just define their behavior by hand and object pool them ourselves, which is kind of annoying. So alternatively, what we just pass into the renderer, something into the materials main text. I guess. Shouldn't be too bad. All right, well, let's play test it really quickly. Let's build it. You know what? This is a ChatGPT job. Let's see if it can do it. Let's see how good it does. Yep. 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 Looks good to me. Okay. We get it. That was actually about as simple as it should have been. That was pretty well written, to be honest. Was this the first game I made? I actually did start with this. No, that's not true. It's not the first game I made. I started making games. 32 is A, okay. I started making games way before I started this project. But this was the first game that I expected to release. but I have released a different game since then. So it's like I started this game, I released a different game, I came back to this game. And I've done a bunch of jam games in the middle, and I've done a bunch of projects that were failed before. So, all right. So we're going to put this hittable. Take that away as well. Come on, man. Okay. The thing is, it's not going to know which one to play unless we're like over here. Do we give all of the strings access to the particle? When we play, we are pressing Daniel Callis says, when it comes to taking an investment, what will get your vision best realized above how much profit you will make? I don't know if I can interpret that question correctly. What will get your vision best realized above how much profit? I don't know what you mean by above. Above how much profit I'll make? Not sure. Wait, put? Where does the put go? It's not a question. Oh, put. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I'm not reading. When it comes to taking investment, put what will get your vision best realized above how much profit you'll make. Got it. Wow, what's prompted that? Sorry, that was like my brain just like fully broke. I think I just missed the put. What prompted that sentiment? Oh, thank you so much. The problem here is that it's not just A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's A, and then it's like A sharp. Oh yeah, we were talking a couple of days ago, maybe we were talking about it. On like a VOD, you mean, of the stream? Okay, I'm gonna have to do these myself, aren't I? Yeah, probably I'm gonna have to do them. Okay. Yeah. If I'm honest, I think ultimately the thing that will get the most funding, that if I'm prioritizing funding, then I'm also prioritizing profit. I think that profit and realizing my goal for this game are pretty aligned. Hello.
Yeah, we're done.
Is it almost ready?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll come out.
Very ready.
All right. I'll wrap up. So like for me, it's kind of like this. This is how I see it. If my game's doing well, it will make money. And the game doing well for me is just like, is it a good game? That's my little that's just the way that I choose to think about this stuff. I don't want to make it I know that it's possible to make a game that is more profit motivated than creative, but I'm not really in that business. So it really just comes down to like, am I happy with what I made, and do other people like it? That's really what this is. See ya. And it's, I'm not trying to be like naive or anything. I just think like, if I'm doing my thing right, you know, people will see what I'm doing and like it. And I'm not in a position where I'm making something different. I'm not going to change what Insignia is. So with funding, it's really just about finding a publisher who thinks the same way I do. That's what this really comes down to. Do. Now, which notes don't have sharps? Let me see a piano. There's no B sharp or E sharp. Nice. All right, I gotta go, pals. I'm really sorry. Wish I could stay. Can you pre-buy the game? You can wishlist. That's the closest thing you can do. How does the revenue aspect of the game work if you decide to publish it on your own? I get as much revenue as I get sales. That's basically it. Minus 30% from Steam. All right, pals, I gotta go. This was fun. Let's raid and run. I'll see you all tomorrow, yeah? Who we raiding, boys? And girls? And everybody in between. What are we doing? Rabbit rig? Seems cool. It was a pleasure. I'll see you all very soon. Wishlist Insignia. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream Insignia edition. Until next time.